So, the Godwyn Run Part 18. And we are at the forum now. A debate hall is it called, I think, in English. Ah, come on. So, this is an important item. Because it's all connected. The story of Radigan and America. It's heavily linked to the Black Moon of Noxtella. And that the Red Wolf of Radigan is carrying the Memory Stone is no coincidence. Every single one of them are usually placed in the Sorcerer Rises, but there are two that are placed outside of these, and one of them is with the Red Wolf of Radigan. And this is the symbol we talked about yesterday. It's found on the Carrion Princess statue, and also with the on the robes of Lusad and Azure, and in the first hall of Raya Lucaria as well, on the top of the banners. Yeah. And it's heavily implied that Salin is actually Carrion. Not only because there's a note telling that she has been often seen on the Three Sisters in the cellar of Selubis, but also because that her scroll that she's holding in this painting got the Carrion sigil on it. And the black hair also fits in a way. Again, bones, purple crystals. I never realized that the moon also has some interesting color scheme on it. Is it just yellow, red and purple, or is it just more like rainbow colors? Five crystal buds. Such a strange item. It might be probably about the amount of items as well. Radigan icon. Heavily Radigan coated this room. Red Wolf of Radigan, Radigan icon. So what about the 5 crystal buds? This lion claw smacking them down. Incredibly fun. Golden Rune 4. Do you see the Earth tree over there? Oof. Jars. 3 living jar shards. Wait, how? Isn't this a rare enemy? Like the twin? Those of the twin conspectors are pretty rare, I think. Or am I wrong? Come on, dude. Turn over. I want to see your face. It's interesting because a few days ago I saw a video or a short about a very particular sorcerer of the twin conspectors, because you get a different second head than the usual ones. Stone saw key. Oh, well. But no. Oh, come on. Whoopsie. Okay. usually not a friend of guard counters, but it's kind of fun, I have to say. Godwyn Run 4. What's this tower here? Is that an... I don't think it's an important tower, right? It's not a tower you get on. Or is it? Nah. Hey, fishy. Why do they have abductor virgins here again? I think you can interpret or argue in different ways, but it seems like they originate from Volcano Manor, and as Rykard is a Carrion, he might have might had some relationships with Raya Lucaria as well. Though I think so. I don't know if you're familiar with my approach regarding the lore, but I see a lot of stuff more in a symbolic way. And I think it's more about thematic relationships between the woman that is depicted on the Abducted Virgin and Raya Lucaria. Carlos Glintstone Crown. I mean, there are a couple of different abductor virgins in different places. I mean, for example, there are some in Redmane Castle as well. But you could argue they're in the same way, like Radahn, as a brother of Rykard, might had relations with relationships or connections to Rykard. Right. Glintstone Wetblade. Glintstone Wetblade. Yeah, I think so too. That it might be about Marika. It's not easy to figuring it actually out or to recognize it in a way, but because the story seems so to be so incredibly fucked up. Is that the Carlos Conspectus, by the way? I can't really say who's who. Okay, the Olivinus got like round crystal glintstones. I have to refresh and rest at the sites of grace. Debate parlor. This is it's called like this. Okay. But I think as well that the whole abductor thing is probably alluding to something. Maybe about a woman who abducted a child in some way. Is there anything under here? No, not really. And this is a special one. I don't know why, but I've played it since release, but I've never realized that this Sorcerer of the Twin Conspectus actually has a different second crown, stone crown. Usually it's a green and a blue run, but this one got a what is it called? The one of the Karen Conspectus. I don't have the crown yet, but it's the one that those of the Karen Conspectus with this light bluish robe and the ice shield. The stone crown of these sorcerers is actually the one that this twin sage, or what it's called, is carrying. It's pretty unique. It's the only one in the entire game. It's interesting because he's also using a really unique spell that is only he is using. Yeah. I want the other puppet. Not man. Is it the left one or the right one? Can't see it. No, both of them are not the usual ones. Are they? Both of them are different. Wow, I have to look at this one another time. So let's see, do I have one of these at least? It's not matching. But it's probably this one, isn't it? Is it? Is it not? It is. I think it's this crown, but with a different color. It's bluish. And the left one is the Carrion crown, but with turquoise instead of purple or blue. Do you think the balances from Night Rain have ties to any alum? I feel like the designs seem out of place in a strange way. Why do you think it's out of why do you think they seem out of place in some way? Crystal darts. 5. I think the core part of the whole Elden Ring universe is still the base game. So I would think more about connections of balances to the base game instead of the DLC. I can understand that people are still focused heavily on the DLC because it was the latest content we got in regard to the main story, but I still think the base game is actually the core part of it all. 5 meteor bolts. I suppose the angelic imagery, the yellowish gold weapons, reminds me of a forest visual when it is charged up. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, it definitely doesn't look like anything we got before in Elden Ring. Although we had some interesting theme going on with the winged scythe and the unique skill Angel's Wings. So there was already some angelic theme. Also, even this one I thought was already out of place. Although it's just mentioned once in a weapon skill. I only know this way. I don't know if there's any other way to get on top of that. I still wonder if this is the... I think usually you have to jump down there at first to get up here. Let's try the intended way. I think the balancers are inspired by some part of America's story, I think. And the whole theme of white silk is is very present in the base game, and we already had at least one weapon skill called Angel's Wings, or what is it called? What is it was called? And the whole balance theme is actually, I think, inspired by the cosmology. A cosmology that is probably inspired by the novel series of the Eternal Champion, because there you also have a cosmology based on the principles of chaos and order, or chaos and law, but also a third principle called the balance, which is more opaque, but it's also in there. I'm firmly convinced that the cosmology of Elden Ring was inspired by this one. Not only because of the principles of order, chaos and balance, but especially because of the Elden Beasts and the Astals, because even those resemble a specific being linked to order or law in this novel series. Yeah, that was the crown that the twin dude had. And this the other. But with swapped colors. Strange, strange. Full moon crossbow? Yeah. It all kind of fits thematically. We got this twin sorcerer over there. with the twin comet sorcery, meteor bolts, just behind this tower down here, under this part, between those two. I have to examine the locations where the symbol of the full moon crossbow actually appears. Yeah, this is how you usually get up onto this roof. Smithing stone 4. It's so fucking strange. They even placed these kind of leather pieces on some parts of the tower. And if you look closely, I had some friends who were showing me the textures. It seems to be it seems to be the kind of material that the balloons are made of, that usually fly in Leonia with those marionettes, those that hang on some balloons. And this seems to be the same material of the balloons, so yeah, I don't know, maybe just because the puppets or marionettes got on the roof by those balloons, maybe? It's really strange. It actually looks like bad leather that the balloons are made of. Because it has some interesting spikes or claws on it as well. Lazuli Glintstone Crown. If an Elden Ring 2 were to come out, do you think they would take us somewhere completely new, like Dark Souls 2, or an alternate lands between? I don't know if there will ever be an Elden Ring 2. I think there will probably be no Elden Ring 2, I have to say. That's what I think. But if they would do some, I think they will take us completely different. In a completely different region. And I don't think that there will ever be an Elden Ring 2, to be honest. Imbued Stone Saw Key. Imbued Stone Saw Key. Two smithing stone, 3. There's an item down there, right under us. The view is so great. I think Shadow of the Earth Tree is sort of like a sequel, squashed into an expansion. Anyhow, Michaela Paris America is the figure of most interest as you journey on. I think, yeah, it's an interesting... I mean, what exactly makes you feel that it's more like a sequel squashed into an expansion? I just wonder, because I think that's exactly the reason why there will probably no Elden Ring 2. Because it has to do with the way how they actually designed Elden Ring and its DLC. I think I know why you feel that it's more like a sequel. But I would be... I mean, I'm interested in what you think yourself. Why you think that? Two magic greaves. Oh, wait. Wait. Where did I pick up the two magic greaves? Was it here? It was here, right? It's right next to the secret room. That's interesting. Maybe that's why. Anything I need to pick up first before I go down? There's nothing. Okay. Okay. Such a weird place for a corpse. I suppose it's a mixture of the Mikola figurehead feeling like America stand-in, and the way many items are even characters in the DLC feel like alternates of the base game, Wound Theory for example. Oh yeah, that's also true. I also had the feeling that there's yeah, like alternates, or I thought a lot about that it feels like they were re-emphasizing specific themes that were already present in the base game. Moin Void. It even fuck my vocabulary. It even affects skills, for example, like the Hoffrost Storm that we already had in the base game, who are, for example, we just got a stronger version of it in the DLC, and yeah, that affects some other skills as well. Or for example, the whole blue and red theme were already present in the base game, were re-emphasized in a much bigger way on the map in the DLC. And that Mikola is paralleling maybe Marika. I think he's actually paralleling the Elden Ring, though. But yeah, because of this, it feels to me more like they were re-emphasizing a lot, and like maybe even fill some gaps of the base game in this way, or maybe try to highlight specific themes or connections. Oh, okay. It reminds you of Dark Souls 2. Ah. Shattering Crystal. So, you mean it feels a little bit disconnected because we got so much alternate versions of NPCs instead of the same? Hey, Cruel. Twin Sage. Yeah, he was called Twin Sage. Renala and Relana definitely threw me back a bit. My favorite NPC? Do you mean like enemy NPC or like character in general? Character. I mean, I'm working on Godfrey right now, primarily, but so I have to say I really like the story of Godfrey. Oh. But there's a lot that I imagine to the story of Godfrey. Azur's Glintstone stuff. What is yours, Void? So as an in-game lore explanation, I would say the Long March was more about Godfrey and his close forces, maybe even his clan members in a way. So the Tarnished. And the Crucible Knights aren't... I mean, they aren't like tarnished characters like we or other tarnished are. Though I think it's a bit strange because they're described as, yeah, close forces to forces close to Godfrey. But I think, as so often, I think it's not about some in-game lore relations. I think it's once again more about what they are symbolic, in a symbolic way, representing. And the Crucible Knights are their whole design revolves around the Crucible and what the Crucible is. The Crucible Knights were designed to allude to what the Crucible is actually about. I think that's what they had, yeah, what their design is about. So, I don't know if you guys understand my point of view sometimes. I mean, that's why daily log posts. This game is One Piece, but without weekly chapters. Yeah, my point of view is complicated. I know it's just and I mean I have worked myself to this point through the last 4 years, though. And there's so much that I have in mind, and it's probably sometimes difficult to understand my point of view. But you could summarize it like this: I try to see. So what I'm doing is, I don't think too much about in-game lore relations when it comes to minor characters or side characters or even NPCs. I think... Okay, imagine it like this. When you see a big painting depicting characters, animals, or some other objects, when you see a painting, you don't think about how does this character got there? How did what did they before they were shown in this painting? What you are doing when you look at a painting, you are wondering, what is this character representing at this point where it is in a symbolic way? So this is how you interpret a painting. And maybe this analogy fits pretty well with my approach. So what I'm doing is I look at these things in a more abstract way, because I don't think about like the details in-game lore-wise. I think more about the themes and the symbolic meaning of characters and objects. And yeah, some stuff becomes more clear you deeper you go. And when it comes to the Crucible Knights, for example, I already thought a lot about the Crucible Knights, and I could already do a video about them. Because it's the whole Crucible, for example, is what I figured out is the Crucible is actually a metaphor. I explained it once in one of my videos that they are using metaphors for designing some characters or some of the content in the game. And the Crucible metaphor is actually about, in a metaphorical way, of getting forged. So this is why the Crucible Knights, for example, why it feels like they are just living armor sets, because this is some of the moments where you don't have to take these things literally. What FromSoft is doing, they take sometimes abstract concepts or even metaphors, which are like, these are abstract concepts. You can't grasp them or comprehend them in a easy way. So when you are thinking of the Crucible metaphor of getting forged through battle, so this is what I think the Crucible is about: getting forged through battle in a metaphorical way. This is the reason why they are depicted as living armors. And there's even some stuff going on with ritual combat. There are two talismans that are actually depicting the Crucible Knight shield and the Ordorvis sword of the one of the Crucible Knights. And this is also something that I think some people might have not noticed, because these two talismans are actually, depicting the Crucible Knight sword and shield, and are also linked to the Colosseums. And this was a moment where I thought about, okay, what do the Crucible Knights have in common, or what is them linking to a ritual combat in the Colosseums? Because there's nothing stated in-game about Crucible Knights and their connection to the Colosseum. So what it is actually about, it's about the ritual combat and getting forged through battle. And what lies behind all of this is the metaphor, the Crucible metaphor, where it is about getting forged through battle. And every time, for example, when it is a Crucible Knight is placed in game, I don't think about how did he get there, what was his intention, was he doing something there? No, this is not what I think about. I think I see these areas more like paintings and wonder, okay, so what is this one referring to when it's placed here? And sometimes it's a Crucible Knight with the two-headed X symbol of Godfrey. Sometimes it's a Crucible Tree Knight. And yeah, these were used as references to Godfrey America, and sometimes, in my opinion, for example. But it's easier with other characters. For example, when a Red Wolf of Radagon is placed, then I think it's just a reference to Radagon. And some connections to Radagon. I don't think about literally in-game lore relationships. Why, how did this red wolf got here? What is the red wolf doing here? Is he like hunting animals? No, I don't think about these things. I start to think about, okay, why did the painter or the developer in that way place the red wolf of Radagon here? What is he referring to? Why did they what is the relationship to Radagon maybe in regard to the environmental details that are depicted there? Now I yapped a lot for you guys. I don't know if at some point, yeah, I don't know. I have to do some videos maybe again. It's just so, it takes just so much effort. Another way how you could see it is like imagine From Software is playing charade, and they don't communicate with you in direct statements and literary text form. They are communicating with you in symbols. So when they want to tell a story, they just placing different symbols next to each other. And you have to understand what they might refer to and what the whole context might be about. So it's not about the symbols alone and what they are depicting in a literary way, but what these symbols or characters might refer to. So for me, it's more like playing charade. Yeah, thematic artists. I think the whole thing is more thematically designed. It's not like Skyrim. People think that, or what I think is that a lot of people still expect from Elden Ring that it is something like Skyrim or another or a Baldur's Gate, for example, where each culture, each race or so got its own story. I think that's not what Elden Ring is designed. That's how Elden Ring is designed. It's way more about themes and it's I don't know how to make this comprehensible. I was missing an item, I think. Wasn't there an item down here? Oh, Jesus. Hey, Nox. Have I been here already? I'm really confused right now. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Would they follow the similar approach like other developers or game studios? They would definitely restrict themselves in regard to the design and creativity. And because they work way more with abstract concepts and in a metaphorical way, and like they just let themselves be inspired by some part of the stories and so on, or themes. And this is also the reason how they came up with all those interesting designs of characters, I think. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember the last one of those videos that I made. The video, Let's Finally Crack Elden Ring. In that video, I try to explain my approach in some way. There are things that I could explain even more or discuss even more, and I will probably do it in a part 2 after the Godfrey series. But yeah, this might help some of you to understand my perspective, at least, maybe. Oh, well, wrong way. I'm not looking for anything in a particular Nox. It's just... I mean, it's just the Nox, the Godwyn Run where I'm... Yeah, just another playthrough. With the Godwyn build in mind. Oh, come on. Yeah, but I also comment on item placement or brainstorming for myself at times. Yeah, and this one has 2 entirely different stone crowns on him. Something that I've seen. In the video. So I missed this one. Ah, just Golden Rune 4. Is there anything down here? No. Is there anything down here? Okay, I've been there and there and there. Still inside. Okay, we picked up the second Academy Glintstone key.
Bok the seamster, ready to make adjustment. Oh, to learn another? Wonderful. You're most welcome to any of my anemic little spells.
What does anemic mean? Such a strange word. The anemic is such a strange word. It's usually used as bloodless or does it sound like this in English? Or does it more sound like weak? Anemic meaning. Okay, just weak or effective. Yes. Okay. This is such an interesting description. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the academy to embark on journeys, even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonment in jail, the stars are never far from a sorcerer's side. And I think it can only be bought from Thorps. Journey to true knowledge of sorcery. Prisoner starting class reference. Yeah, I think the prisoner class is also referring to the same circumstances. But I think it's once again a bit more complicated because I think Thorps is actually paralleling Radagon, but in the very distant past. I think Thorps is paralleling a similar part of the story like the Scholar is. They just created another parallel Night Rain to these circumstances, but I think Thorps was already hinting to some parts of this story.
Back to learn why, of course.
And it feels like the Glintstone arc, where it is about, in order to fend off large groups of would-be adversaries, fools often roam in packs. It fits pretty well, maybe, with the story of Radagon and the Tarnished, as he might be the one who fooled them. You know? Yeah, and the starlight is something interesting.
Back to the why, of course. Are you certain you're willing to give your glintstone key to me? My, oh my. Thank you. Thank you dearly. Now I can go back to the academy to resume my study of glintstone sorceries. And the very stars.
Oh, and you get the erudition gesture. It's the gesture that you need at the converted tower here.
Back to learn another? Why, of course. Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Freya Lucaria. Perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit? Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then.
Maybe one day you will pay me a visit. Isn't that a line that another character is also using? Maybe someday you'll pay me a visit. Isn't that... It sounds so familiar. Or maybe I'm just remembering his line, I don't know. No, it's just his line. Or maybe it's just the usual phrase, I don't know.
Thank you. With your blessing, perhaps, who knows?
And I think when you reload this area now, you should get... I think there's a beetle now. Yeah. With Thorpe's barrier. Yeah, it's Selen who say pay me a visit, and it's Seluvis as well. I mean, interesting that it's all sorcerers. Thorpe's barrier. Erect a magical force field while swinging the shield to deflect sorceries and incantations. Can also be used in the same way as a regular parry. Schoolhouse classroom. Let's see how Thorpe's is doing. Oh no. Thorpe's barrier. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new prospectus of the Academy. Okay, but now I think we went through all of the Academy. We have all 4 stone crowns, I mean. Oh. Okay, now comes the most difficult. The legend. Moongrum. I want to parry him. Oh, I got him. What you can also do is just wait until he's changing his shield to his stuff. But yeah. Uh-oh. Come here. Oh, this poor dude. I forgot something. There's nothing down here right now. What's really strange is the placement of this mad pumpkin head. He feels so out of place in this academy. Oh shit. Pointing to the Volcano Manor? Golden Rune 7. I forgot where this portal is leading to. Hey Ola, I haven't seen you in a long time. But I wasn't streaming much the last few weeks. Oh. At the Church of Vows. Okay.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Miriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place?
Hey, Raven.
It came to be known as the Church of Vows.
I don't know.
Well, that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Rea Lucaria.
Have you tried AI for writing scripts? Bro. This would never work. This would... No way this would working. For some channels this might work maybe because maybe others are just yapping weird stuff anyway, but I really try to make all of my series complementing each other, logically structured, and there's no way that AI would be able to do this, in my opinion, because it's all based on the information that we're given in-game, and yeah. Yeah, the statue is unique. I heard some people speculating about this statue, that it might be just a Dark Souls reference. But even though this statue is well known of the Dark Souls series, people are still still arguing about the reference, what it could mean. And like Void, some people would say this is Valka, but I have met a lot of people that would even deny that this is Valka because it's never directly stated. So, but I don't know. I'm not an expert when it comes to Dark Souls lore, so I just leave it untouched. And yeah, the Goddess of Sin. Though I have to say, it would make sense. I don't know if this is really Valka, but if she's the Goddess of Sin, or if this statue is representing the Goddess of Sin, and if there's some connection to Absolution that was, as it seems to me at least, already part in the Dark Souls series, it kind of fits the theme where it is also about Absolution and the Absolution mechanic that we got in the Church of Vows here. It would fit the theme if it's actually like some of you guys or some others are saying. That it might be a reference to Valka or the Goddess of Sin, or even to the Absolution mechanic, I don't know.
Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know.
Hmm. Hmm.
Do you possess any celestial dew? Then I would like to share my knowledge with you concerning the miracle of this Church of Vows. Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The Order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day, and so you need only follow Radagon's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony.
Interesting. When it comes to Valka. Wait, why can't I talk about Radagon now?
To experience the miracle, kneel in the basin at the back and cleanse yourself with celestial dew. Absolution will be yours. Any bond, no matter how strained or even severed, will be put to rights. My faith does not waver. The miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world. And this time, its bounty will not be squandered. If you would be Elden Lord, tarnished, I hope that you too will share my faith. You wish to know more of Lord Radagon? Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord. You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
This is interesting, because they're using an idiom, and I think it's more literally than you might think.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a
It's the line. It's the following line.
A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's
The
closet.
skeleton in Radagon's
And as
closet.
such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
It's like he's. I mean, it's in a metaphorical way. It sounds like he is hiding a corpse, isn't it? This way in English as well. And hiding the skeleton in a closet. I think they used this idiom to allude to the actual circumstances there.
You wish to know more of Lady Renala? She is queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
Hmm.
In the end, Lady Renala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
I wanted to see what's in the conspectus scroll.
Oh, what have we? Very well, let us
Both learn together.
Heresy
Is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance.
All things can be conjoined.
One of the best lines. So both of it's these both. Carlos conspectus. And the Livinus conspectus. Who severed the vow, Radagon or Renala? Yeah, that was something that I just thought about too, because it did not sound that that obvious who he meant. I mean, I would say it should be about Radagon, right? But it's nonetheless an interesting thought what it could mean to Renala. Okay, never mind. Oh, right. Oh, I've already picked up the needle. Okay. Okay, then I think we have to... We're almost done with Leonia. But at this point, I might want to show you something. So... For those of you who are familiar with my videos, and especially with the last Godfrey video, the story how I imagine it in Weeping Peninsula and Limgrave, it's... So, what I told earlier is that I think that they design the game's content more thematically and in a symbolic way, who's paralleling the main story. And I think what they're doing here is they take parts of the main story that they do not really tell. And from that part of the main story that they chose, inspired by these themes that are going on there, they start to create the game's content and even areas. And when it comes to Weeping Peninsula and Limgrave, for example, and with the demigod in this area, Godric, I think it's all about the story of Radagon slaughtering the Tarnished and grafting the Tarnished to him, in a way, to him and the Elden Ring. And also Radagon, who in some way possessed the powers of dragons. And it's all mirrored through Godric. And I even think that Godric, as a descendant of Godfrey, even that might apply to Radagon in some way, but this is the whole other story. Because I think Radagon is in some way also a bastard child of Godfrey, and why the bastard sword is placed here together with the armor set that might allude to Radagon. So, okay, what do we have in Godric here is we have a descendant of Godfrey who is slaughtering and grafting Tarnished, who kind of possess the powers of dragons. And I think it's all about the part of the story where Radagon did exactly this after they guided Godfrey and his forces to the south after the banishment. So these are the themes that are, for the most part, going on here in this area. When it comes to Leonia, it seems to be all referring and alluding to another part of the story. And I think it's primarily all about Radagon and the real Marika which I think is about yeah, I think the real America, I've mentioned that in some other streams before. I think the real America in the very distant past, even before the age of the Erdtree, maybe at times of Farmazula, I don't know. I think this is the actual America, the real America, the Carrion Princess statue. And when it comes to Leonia, it's all about marriage. And additionally, I think it's all about the death of a young maiden. In Night Rain, for example, later on, I think the Revenant is actually paralleling the events of this Carrion Princess, which I think is Renna and the original America in some way. And there is some interesting riddle going on here with the follies in Leonia, and I haven't picked up the items in these follies yet because I wanted to show you this all at once. So, and they even created a Sites of Grace in one of those follies because I think they wanted to highlight these follies. So we got a folly on the lake, Sites of Grace, where they probably just highlighted this, this asset and the follies in general. When it comes to marriage, I think it's also about fusing. I think it's not just about the death of the Carrion Princess Maiden. I think it's also about the moment where Radigan and the real America actually fused. So, the original sin, in my opinion, in the very distant past, is the following. Although I'm not 100% sure about the circumstances, but what happened is that this Carrion Princess, probably Renna, the original America, died, and Radagon took in the soul of this Carrion Princess, of the real America. And it's in this way also they married, they fused. They have been separate beings in my opinion, but at some point the young maiden, Carrion Princess Maiden, died, and Radagon took in her soul, and they fused, and the story goes on and on and on. But when it comes to Leonia, I think it's all about this. It's all about the death of this Carrion Princess. And yeah, and I think one part of the riddle are these follies. And I want to show you what I actually recognized here. So, how many do we have here? We have this one, we have this one, we have this one. There's one over here, there's one over there. There's also one here that is not on the map. Yeah, this one, there's usually Raya. This might be it. Are these all? Okay, these are all, and there are also three here. 1, 2, 3. But I haven't access to this area yet. Just to recognize. There are also 3 on the moon plateau, but this should be them. Okay, so let's check them. I want to show you something. Oh, I don't have enough of these. Ah, Jesus. Wait. How do I do? Oh, come on. This can't be that difficult. Which other? Okay, this one first, then this one. And this one, and this one, and this one, maybe. Okay, we got one sides of grace in the follies of the lake that is just highlighting their existence. In this case, we have no item in here because this is usually the place where Rhea is spawning the first time. And I think even Rhea is paralleling this Carrion Princess as well. So in this folly, it's about Rhea paralleling the same events of the Carrion Princess. So there's nothing much going on here. This folly is just highlighting the parallel between Raya and the Carrion Princess. And Marika. Hey Asham. I'm now showing what I recognized in these follies. So, oh fuck my life. Okay. Sides of Grace, just highlighting the existence, folly of the lake. This folly is just highlighting the parallel between Raya and the Carrion Princess statue. And usually, what you usually find in front of these statues are the following. And it's not about the item itself, but it's about the amount. So just look at the amount on the right bottom part of the screen. It's 3 smithing stones. Doesn't seem to be that fascinating, but it's the amount of 3. So there are 3 smithing stones. And what I realized is that it's always the case. And in so many follies, it's always 3 smithing stones. So the next one will be over there. And because it's placed in every single folly, they have placed 3 smithing stones. It's so incredibly highlighted, in my opinion. There's something going on with the number 3. Once again, 3 smithing stones. Yeah, this one is special because it has a portal. I will point this one out later. This one is a bit more special because it has a portal. God damn it. Three? Does this rule 2 characters become 1? Isn't 3 a bad omen usually? Yes, it's a bad omen. And here again. Oh, I picked these already up, but here were 3 smithing stones as well. I just picked them up earlier in another stream, I think. I'm sorry. I thought I kept them there just to show you that this is always 3, but there have been 3 smithing stones as well. I probably picked them up in another stream already. I think what usually comes to mind, because we have the foretold foul foot that is directly stating the number 3 is a sign or is a bad omen. Right? And this is what I think. This is what I think we are supposed to think about. Here, once again, 3 smithing stones. And over there are also 3 smithing stones. Three smithing stones. Ah, I'm still in combat, come on. Anyone left? No. Okay, these are all in the lake. It's interesting because on the moon plateau there are also 3 follies, and every one of these 3 follies also have 3 smithing stones. It's just a higher upgrade level. I think there are just 3 smithing stone 7s, another 3 smithing stone 7s, and 3 smithing stones 8. There are 9 smithing stones in there. 3 times 3. With a red wolf of Radagon in front of them. And 3 follies. So once again, highlighting incredibly the number 3 there. Yeah, this one over here is a little bit different as well. Because it's a portal. The Red Wolf of Radagon are just used as references to Radagon. You don't have to think about them too much. It's just an association to Radagon. So the portal in this folly, for example, leads us to the how are they called? Royal Ruins. The King's Realm Ruins. Because I think, yeah, and the King's Realm Ruins are probably highlighting the connection to the Carians. And in these King's Realm Ruins are also placed the Ice Needle, who is symbolic for a Carian princess. So one of the follies is leading us to the King's Realm Ruins containing the Frozen Needle. So in the end, it's like playing charade. We have the Carian princess statue, incredibly related to the number 3. And I don't know what you guys associate with those two things, but imagine. So just try to see these things as playing charade. A Carian princess, a bad omen, and I think the number 3 in connection as a sign of a bad omen. I think it's most of the time used for someone who might die. So my interpretation is the Carian princess got very bad luck and probably died. So I think all of these follies with the Carian princess statue is about her death, and that they placed a Red Wolf of Radagon in front of these. There's nothing literally going on with the Red Wolf of Radagon. It's just a reference to Radagon, nothing more. It's just used to evoke the association with Radagon. So I think it's all about the death of the Karen princess, and Radagon might be involved of this. This is what I interpret of by seeing all these things here. Yeah. You know, in the base game, you can randomly find in the nature one. Have the tree growing right next to a dead one, or do you want to stay? Is that... There's so many dead princes. Oh, you mean the tombs, right? It could be. Not sure what the tombs are referring to, but I think the whole story of Radagon and Renala is more mirroring events from the even more distant past, where it was about Radagon and Renna, the Karen princess that died and was fusing with Radagon. In a metaphorical way, you can also say that they were marrying each other, like in a way of fusing. Where Radagon took in the soul of Renna, the Karen princess. And even the boss fight of Renala is probably mirroring these events, because I think the first phase of Renala is symbolically depicting the soul of a woman sleeping and suppressed in a kind of golden ring. So I think what's actually symbolically depicted there is Renna, the real Marika, being suppressed or sleeping or slumbering or captured inside the Elden Ring in some way. I think that's what Renala's boss fight is actually mirroring or representing. And these children even sing that Renala should sleep. And yeah.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
So these are actually singing that Renala should sleep. And I think her boss fight is actually representing the soul of a woman sleeping and being captured and suppressed inside of a golden ring. So in the same way, like Godric is mirroring Radagon, for example, how he grafted all the tarnished and slaughtered them with the powers of a dragon. This part and Leonia is all about the death of a Karen princess being and her soul being suppressed in a golden ring. And we even shatter the kind of barrier similar to the it might even mirror the shattering of the Elden Ring. I don't know. And the children might even parallel the Tarnished in a way. Because the Tarnished are also reborn from the Elden Ring in some way. That's so strange. These tombstones are also interesting, because she's turning them into tombstones. So in the end, I think it's mirroring relationships between Renna and the Elden Ring when this boss fight.
Time to be born anew.
And it even mirrors in some way the fight with the Elden Beast, in which we are continue the fight in some strange illusionary area. I think this whole boss fight is mirroring events, circumstances regarding the Elden Ring and Renna and the Elden Beast.
Have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born forever and ever. Upon my name is Rani the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Renala of the full moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Ah, fuck that. Oh, fuck.
Little Rani, my dear daughter, weave thy night into being.
What about Shaman Village if Marika is Renna? Good question, Raven.
Where did he flee, my sweetings?
I already mentioned that I see
From whence he hide?
the Lands of Shadow more in a symbolic way because I think it's more of a dream world of Marika.
Dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones? To be better born anew.
So I see the Lands of Shadow more as this kind of dream world of Marika, and therefore the content is more to be interpreted in a symbolic way. So when it comes to the Shaman Village, I think there's of course there's definitely something to it, but I see it more as a reference to Renna's, the real Marika, to Renna's connections to the shamans. But I think it's way more about. Although I think Renna, as the real Marika, I think she was a Karen princess, but when it comes to her connection to shamans, I think it's about her soul. I think her soul was the soul of a shaman, and shamans have, I mean, they are defined by their talent and ability to communicate with spirits. I think that's what a shaman is defining in some way. And the Karens seem to have strong relationships to spirit tuning, spirit calling. And if we consider the snowy crone also be Renna, which has turquoise eyes, and eyes representing or being a mirror to the soul, I think it's alluding to Renna as a Karen princess who got some kind of shaman soul, which is the important part because I think it's all about her soul actually, like a royal ancestral spirit, you know. The shaman souls seem to be turquoise in a way, and when it comes to Renna and the real Marika, or maybe even the Carians, I think they might be maybe more kind of descendants of shamans or ancestral followers.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones, to be better born anew? Ah, thou, is it thy wish to be born anew? To become a sweeting, reborn of my beloved egg?
No.
Be not alarmed, nor afeard. I would birth thee as a sweeting, fair and fine. Art thou now assured of thy want? Be not, I would birth.
I wish there would be more dialogue to her. For. Hey, ISO. I'm glad to see you. Locked. I'm really intrigued by the symbol again. By this one. Yeah. Ah, motherfucking Christ. Be right back. Bless you guys as well. May you all be blessed. We are almost done with Leonia. That's nice. Gesundheit. I mean, the spelling is not correct, but the pronunciation kind of fits. So yeah. Have let's go check out the northern area. Gesundheit. It's way more simple in German because it's just health. In German, you are just saying health. Nothing like bless you. Just health for, like, short for that you are wishing someone health. Gesundheit. It's the same. Spanish and Dutch the same. Ah, I love it that the European countries share so many, yeah, like in so many cases the same origin. Even that you can, in a way that you even can recognize it. Okay, let's see. Shouldn't be Bok here? Where's Bok? Oh, there he is.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Oh, going so soon?
Yeah.
Please do be safe on your journeys.
And I think now... Yeah. Melina is saying something about Bok right now. It's really an interesting line. And I think it would even support my theory of Radagon being Marika, or being opposing as Marika, because she's saying the following.
Your seamster, Bok. He is always eager to see your return. Please, will you talk to him when you can? I'm sure he would be much contented.
I thought she would say even more. Wait.
Shall I turn? Let my share them with me.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
I thought she would say something about Bok's relationship to his mother, but maybe this was later in the quest line.
Bok the seamster, ready to make adjustments to your... Oh, please.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, mate. I'm there for you, mate.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, what a pity it is to be without the right. All you can do is stand at a loss, without even the half-crescents that wish to be whole. Before the unmoving, unfeeling grand lift ahead. to the waters to find the coward's passage through the dim cavern.
Interesting that she's calling it the Coward's Passage. You know, she's saying something completely different when you get both of the half crescents, how she calls them, the half medallions. When you get both of the half medallions, she's calling you like the promised Elden Lord, or at least she's recognizing you as the upcoming Elden Lord when you get both of the half medallions. She's like celebrating as fuck when you get both of them. And telling you you should heading to the Altus Plateau. Do we have one of them already? I think I have one of them. Yeah. No, this... Yeah. Take this medallion left. Yeah, I think I have to ride through whole Caled first. Blah. I will do that later. When I finish with Leonia, I might pick up the other Dectus medallion and might show the dialogue again. But let's now check out this area. Oh, true. From Grunk, it's not such a long ride. I haven't visited Grunk yet. Do you guys know why there are so many messages around this mushroom? This is probably one of those few cases where it's actually some kind of bug, because you can't pick it up. Didn't expect mushroom, but betrayal. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh yes, I have been at the Karen Manor yet. Already, I mean, Cruel. I've been there. So it makes sense that I go to Caled after Leonia first. Oh, I think these might be slumbering eggs. Yeah, 2 of them. 2 slumbering eggs with a cocoon knight. I'm not sure if I'm going to Redmane Castle before Altus. I really look forward to Altus Plateau because there's a dragon called Ash of War that I want for my build actually to include some lightning into my build as well. But yeah, I might do Redmane Castle before Altus. Not sure yet. Let's see. Yeah, this is interesting because we got few cases. There's one over here. We got ruins here that are definitely which definitely fell on these streets. And especially this one, I'm just wondering if... So, this is some of the cases where we got environmental storytelling, which implies that these streets, and probably the depiction of this old Elden Ring symbol, is older than the falling ruins from Fram Azula. And sometimes I'm even wondering if this statue is older than the crumbling Fram Azula. I don't know. It's really complicated though when it comes to the timeline then. Blah. Come here. You saw a video once where the girl was talking about the roads? Wait, what the fuck? Which girl? I haven't seen anyone talking about the streets. I know that, I think it was Nameless Singer got a video about the Golden Road, or how she calls it. Yeah, I mean... But when these roads were built after Fram Azula, or... I mean... I'm not saying these might be older than Fram Azula, but... The environmental storytelling definitely implies that those fallen ruins, at least, the event where Fram Azula were crumbling, came after these streets were built. Because these ruins fell on these streets after they have been built. When you think about it, it's kind of obvious, because no one would build a road with these ruins on them. So it might be that Fram Azula is still older than these roads, but the event where these ruins fell from the sky this event have been after these streets have been built. I know that the timeline gets incredibly complicated. I haven't figured it out for myself, so I don't know. But it's definitely something that I see here implied. I don't know how it fits the timeline, but you can definitely see that, and especially I don't think FromSoft is just. I don't think this is just a coincidence, you know. Usually FromSoft is really watching out for these details, and I don't think that they would have overlooked such a big implication, because it's not the only place where it's heavily implied like this. The ruins down here are implying the same thing. Here in this place, there are also ruins directly on the street. They're directly on the street, and I think it's on purpose, so that we can infer those fell from the sky after these streets have been built. But I definitely agree that it's incredibly confusing when it comes to the timeline. Then I just think we have to think about the timeline again and come up with some creative ideas to solve this problem. In Limgrave, I don't know if there are any on the streets. It's just that we don't have this kind of street in Limgrave, I think. Yeah, we don't have this. I don't think we have this kind of road in Limgrave, so that's. So, in Limgrave we can't. Yeah, there are no such implications that we can see there. But it's in Leonia. It's very present in this location here, and yeah, and in here obviously. Yeah, it's a dirt path. It's not how's it called? Something built with stones. What is the term in English? I forgot the term. Plated? No. Oh, sanctuary stones. 3 of them. Paved. Yeah, paved. Three sanctuary stones. I can't try. It's interesting. Maybe they allude to the falling runes? Sign of a bad omen? I mean, the sanctuary stones are just referring to stones who may have been part of the fallen runes, right? They can also be found on some of the fallen runes. And once again, I don't think too much about the corpse, how it got there, and why this corpse, what this dude have been in the past. I think it's just, okay, what is the amount of 3 sanctuary stones telling us? You know? I can definitely see that some people might ask themselves, okay, what did this dude do with these sanctuary stones and so on and so on. But I just think that these questions are leading nowhere, you know? I think more symbolically and wonder, okay, why, what is FromSoft trying to allude to with the amount of 3 sanctuary stones? Wait a second. I thought I fucked up Harrietta's questline. I haven't. The whole time I thought I fucked up the questline, but I haven't fucked up the questline. I probably already... Wait, it makes no sense. Have I killed... Oh, I killed Edgar already. Oh. Oopsie. A few weeks ago I thought I fucked up the questline and it were bugged, but it's not. Yeah, I forgot that I fought Edgar in the Revenger's Check and revisited it, and he wasn't spawning, and therefore I thought I fucked up the questline in some way, maybe. But I haven't. I just forgot that I've killed him. Whatever. I just confused myself there. The golden centipedes.
Oh, hello. Is that you over there? Have you ever heard of fingerprint grapes? They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. I would truly love to try one. The distant light seems far closer than before, but I can't sense a thing from the usual grapes anymore. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
Did you know that the golden centipedes in 1.0 they were called a sign of the rune of death? You don't need to kill Edgar to do her quest. You do, if I remember correctly, because you need one of those Shabiri grapes. And one of them you get from Edgar, aren't you? Or have I confused that? Maybe. So, the first Shabiri grape you get from the spirit in a Stormvale castle. There's one next to this, and she's here. You give this one her here. In the purified ruins, there is a Shabiri grape in the cellar. You gave it her here. Then she's moving towards the bridge, and I think in this location you need to kill Edgar, and he's dropping a Shabiri grape as well. And that's the one you need to give her here in this location, so she ends up in the Church of Bellum Church. The letter for Edgar is something. This is all earlier in her quest line when it's about Irina. But in the Revenger's Check, you got a Shabiri grape that you need to give her right here. Where you also tell her that the Shabiri grapes are actually eyes from other beings, from all of those that came to her, and where she starts to puke. Yeah. And the golden centipedes seem to be Yeah, in 1.0 they were called a sign of the Rune of Death, actually. But when it comes to the whole charade thing, I think it's actually about death by golden order. Like, I mean, the centipedes are some kind of symbol for death in a way. Maybe even the Rune of Death. But they are golden, so I think, and dried out. I think it's... They are used in a symbolic way for death by golden order in a way.
They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
And in this scenario, I think it's more about Radigan, who's longing for it's not just about... I think it's about Radigan America. And maybe even about the Shattering. At least I think it's telling us about runes, in my opinion, because I think when it comes to Chaos and the Frenzy Flame and Shabiri Grapes, I think everything about Chaos is actually paralleling circumstances in regard to order and runes. And I think runes and grace are also functioning a little bit like a drug, and similar how she's telling us that she's going mad if she don't get more of them. Three wolves. A Runak? Do you guys think it's supposed to point in that direction, or is it about maybe that direction? When you stand in front of this, picking this one up? Maybe it's about the... Usually there's the red wolf of Radigan and 3 white wolves. Maybe it's about that direction? It's so strangely placed. Or is it about this dragonfly? It looks so intentionally placed in front of this tombstone with the dragonfly. I'm brainstorming as well, guys. Yeah. I'm just fantasizing the most of the time as well. Just... yeah. Trying to imagine something. that might fit. Maybe it's about... I thought the graveyard over there is probably heavily America coded, in my opinion. Maybe that's why we find a rune arc here. Oof. That's all? Radagon's glory burns red as his hair. I think that's this one is interesting because it's, although it's not saying that Radagon is using fire, it's nonetheless it's evoking the association with fire by saying Radagon's glory burns red as his hair. And I just think it's a great example how they are just playing with associations by not... I mean, they're not literally saying that Radagon is using fire or so, but they're definitely evoking the association of fire in connection to Radagon. Corpse sitting in a chair. Is he looking at the graveyard as well? Yeah, looking at the graveyard and the Carrion Manor as well. Another rune arc! Wait. Is this one pointing towards the other rune arc? Ah, come on. Was it here? Not exactly, but... yeah, maybe it was more like, you know, like a chain. One of the rune arcs pointing in the same direction like the other. Close enough for you, yeah, I would say so, too. It seems like both of them were probably pointing towards the graveyard of the Carrion Manor. Interesting enough that there were two. I don't know if there have to be 3 though. Oh, the Great Maze. I like the Great Maze. It's just I think there's something to the maze, but I don't know what exactly. It's also depicted on the hammer talisman with a knight cavalry and calling that a knight killer, I think. And another interesting thing is that the cousin metaphor is also used with the mazes, because there's a great maze and the normal maze, and they're compared as cousins. Huge bludgeon with sharp protrusions, an enlarged version of its smaller cousin. There are 3 items where this cousin metaphor is used. And even in Night Rain it's used, I think, when it comes to a character. In Wilder's Remembrance, there appears a character named Cousin Farhad. And I think the cousin metaphor, for what... So how I interpret this, it's about... so, once again, I think it's a term used in a literary way, where things are called cousins when they have the same qualities or the same properties or attributes, and they work the same way. So they are kindred in an abstract way. They are not the same, but they work the same way or have the same qualities and the same properties. And that's how the term cousin is used in a literary way. So like the Great Maze and the normal maze are cousins because they are somewhat working the same way. And it's a really important thing, because the other case where this cousin metaphor appears is with the Lordson bolts and the usual bolts. In the Lordson bolts... Wait, no. There have been bolts where this... It's not the Lodson's bolt? Oh, no, it's used here, yeah. Deals more damage than its commonplace cousin. It's right there, yeah. I was once reading through all the item descriptions for this term cousin, and yeah, that's the other one. So here once again, something it's called a cousin when it has the same properties and the same qualities. And it becomes very interesting when you get to the Frenzied Flamestone. I don't know if I have it yet already, I mean. Oh, here. Because it's used when it comes to the Warming Stone and the Frenzy Flamestone as well. Because they are described as cousins. And although this is an extremely small detail, we can extrapolate from this when it comes to the whole fucking game. Because I mean, this is just this really incredibly small detail where the Frenzy Flamestone and the Warming Stone, which is connected to the two fingers, these are called cousins. And if we consider the cousin metaphor meaning the same as before, and apply this meaning here in this case, then it would mean that the two fingers and the grace of the two fingers has the same qualities and properties and works the same way like the Frenzied Flame does. And I have to say, I haven't thought much about it at first, but I extrapolated from there on and realized you can go even that far. It might sound crazy, but I realized that this is thus that actually everything about chaos, everything about Frenzy Flame is paralleling grace and the Golden Order. And it's kind of incredible because when now we got a huge source of information hidden behind the lore of Frenzied Flame and Chaos that gives us information about Golden Order and the Two Fingers. It's a huge amount of information. It's incredible. And yeah, I have to produce at some point videos about this. There's just so much. I've talked about it a bit earlier when it comes to Hayeta, for example, because Hayeta is consuming Shabriri grapes, which are eyes filled with frenzied flame. And Hayeta is, in my opinion, paralleling the real America, which has been used to probably to turn runes or grace into strength of Radagon and the Earth Tree in some way. And exactly like Hayeta discovered a terrible truth where the Shabriri grapes actually came from and what they are, the same way Marika discovered the terrible truth that the runes and the grace from the Earth Tree originated from the Tarnished who were slaughtered in Limgrave and Weeping Peninsula. So this is one of the crucial moments where the chaos is paralleling and giving us information about what happened when it comes to the Golden Order and the Earth Tree. And this is what she's talking about this is what the echo of Marika is about in the Minor Earth Tree Church. Yeah, and the whole blindfolded thing, for example, is once again about blind faith. Marika did this without knowing the truth. She just followed blindly in a way, in a metaphorical sense again, and only discovered this later on. And in the echo of the Minor Earth Tree Church, she's also saying things like that the times of blind faith are over, or the times of blind belief are over. And yeah, after this event, after the Tarnished and Godfrey were banished and they were slaughtered by Radagon, and the Greys returned to the Earth Tree and Marika were used to graft them or used the runes in a way. Only after that she discovered what actually happened, and then she started to revolt and divested herself of Radagon in a way. And the whole story continues like I told in the We Are Godwyn theory. Yeah, Corrin is blindfolded too because he's Corrin is a Radagon parallel who's also following the orders of the Greater Will in the Elden Ring in a blind way. He's just the Leal Hound who got also betrayed by the Greater Will in the Elden Ring in the end because he's going to be substituted by us when we became Elden Lord. Become Elden Lord. Three Cuckoo Glintstones. I saw the first chapter of the Godfrey series is discussing Gold Mask and Corrin. If you want to look into that, I was going into more detail in the first chapter of the Godfrey series. And Goldmask is, in my opinion, paralleling the Elden Ring and the Greater Will, and Corrin is the Leal Hound. And that's at least is something that I already discussed in the video. Yeah, I know. These videos are filled with, are packed with a lot of information. So the Tarnished were killed because of their grace? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the whole thing of Marika taking the grace from the Tarnished, which ends up being the grace of the Earth Tree, is... yeah, I think it happened in a more cruel way than you might think at first. I think it's probably a part of the history that got... we're part of Radagon's secret. I think the Tarnished were kind of used to gather grace, which in the end got sacrificed, and yeah, in a way they got harvested. They were used by Radagon posing as Marika, as forces and fighting war and waging war. And in the end they were, yeah, harvested for their grace in a way. That's how I imagine it, at least. Fort Tarnished Golden Sunflowers. When he had the Earth Tree, I think it affects not only Radagon but also the Earth Tree. Both of the, I mean, Radagon kind of slaughtered the Tarnished for their grace, because not only he but also the Earth Tree gained the grace from it. Maybe the Earth Tree got some before that as well, but it gathered even more from the Tarnished. So, and this is actually what I think how Radagon and the Earth Tree and the Elden Ring try to ascend to godhood. By gathering grace. And an incredible amount of grace. So yeah, and now we are and now you can link almost everything together. The events of the base game, where I think it is about slaughtering the tarnished for their grace and gathering a huge amount of grace to ascend to godhood, is symbolically represented in the story trailer of Shadow of the Earth Tree. But as I said, I think it's more in the in the Shadow of the Earth Tree trailer. These crucial scenes in these trailers, or even the end cutscenes, I think they are designed more in a symbolic way, so that they are not that easily be interpreted. So I think the whole cutscene from the Shadow of the Earth Tree story trailer is exactly the referring to these events. Radagon posing as Marika, walking over corpses and slaughtering the tarnished, binding them, grafting them in a way, gathering their grace, and trying to ascend to godhood. And in the end, I don't think that everything that happened in the Lands of Shadow actually happened. It's just more a kind of a dream world referring to these events in the base game. Because in the end, right before the shattering, yeah, the seduction and betrayal also makes sense in this context then. Yeah, exactly. Because I think it's about the seduction and betrayal of Radagon posing as Marika, betraying Godfrey and the Tarnished. And even Marika in a way, because she didn't know what actually happened and only discovered it after Godfrey's forces were slain. But if it was Radagon disguised as Marika who divested us of our grace... I mean, it was Radagon. It's just that he was... yeah, it's a little bit obscured from the Golden Order propaganda, where it's, I think, framed less violent and obscured and secreted away that they left the lands between. But in the end, I think the truth is they got slaughtered and died and metaphorically left the lands between. And yeah, how I described it in the last chapter from the Godfrey series. What you are referring to, Void?
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, the Earth Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
Yeah, and I said this before. I think this is about the real Marika divesting herself of Radagon after she started to discover the truth. Yeah. Do you think the Hornsent are parallel to Tarnished? Might be. I was thinking about it, but I'm not convinced yet. I'm not entirely sure. Kotodama, which means the mysterious power of words to alter reality. Oh, yeah. So I have read something similar as well, Void. I think these spoken echoes, words that linger there are so what how I understood it is that it doesn't mean that they have been spoken there exactly at this place, but I just yeah, I have read something about it. I haven't understood it completely, but I know what you're referring to. Maybe I have to read into that again. From what I've understood, it's just that you don't have to that it's maybe less spoken literally by them at that location, and the spoken echoes are more like yeah, are more. There's a more mysterious concept probably behind it, but I haven't understood it completely, I have to say.
Shall I turn? Let my hand share them with me.
It's there somewhere, another path leading back to the foot of the Earth Tree. An ancient tunnel. Yeah, this one is interesting because the tunnel is ancient. I was wondering which character might have used this tunnel before. You know what I think interesting? I haven't figured it out entirely yet, but something I just think is interesting that so I just realized that there might be a parallel. I haven't figured it out the meaning yet, but what we have here is like we have a main entrance to Altus. We have a main entrance, and right next to it we got a secret passage to enter the Altus Plateau. And to me, it felt like it's paralleled by Stormvale in a way, where we get a main entrance and a secret passage right next to it to enter it. I don't know if there is something going on with Gostok, maybe as a Radagon parallel. I don't know if there's something to it, but it feels it feels strangely familiar. I just want to pick up the Night Cavalry. Ah. Hey. Giant hunt. Gonna head out, was fun, okay? Hang out with a good day, everyone. Good day to you, ISO. It's a long stream, to be honest. Like an anvil? What's an anvil again? Anvil? Oh, for smithing. Oh, like the anvil hammer. Isn't there something like that? Yeah, looked similar, right? I think I find it interesting that it's called Giant Hunt. They could have named it completely different. But Giant Hunt, the name itself, seems so intentionally in some way. Have I picked up everything in here? There was the Great Maze. Oh, Michaela's Lily. Jesus, I'm not even looking into that thing. I don't even have anything to cure it. But there's some... wait. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, there came so many. Ontario leave. Another Ontario leave. I think even this tower might parallel the Earth Tree in a way. Because with enough souls and grace... Yeah, some kind of... Wait, what? Glass shard? Wait a second. Are these dropping glass shards? It's not... This information is not contained in the Elden Ring wiki of Extra Life. But they are dropping glass shards. Oh, there, the commoners. Huh. Are all of them dropping glass shards? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. All of the commoners are dropping glass shards. Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Exactly. I think so this sphere appearing above those desperate commoners is, in my opinion, probably representing in some way the Earth Tree, but also the Elden Ring and the Greater Will in a way. So with enough grace and souls gathered, and this is what I'm working on right now, because it seems to be the very core concept of this whole game. I think with enough grace or souls, or maybe both, I'm not sure yet. The Elden Ring or the Elden Beast or the Greater Will is actually starting to manifest in the real world. I think this is what godhood is about. With enough souls and grace, yeah, the Elden Ring or the Elden Beast kinda become manifested. And it's also what, for example, Hayata as a parallel is probably about. She's speaking about the light that is going to manifest or to become visible the more runes, the more grapes she's eating, and the bigger grapes she's eating. And she's saying something like, with all eyes together, the light becomes visible or becomes closer. And I think this is what godhood is about, but also what gathering souls and grace is about. It's a bit complicated, and that's something that I'm still working on, because there are so many symbolisms or different symbolic meanings used when it comes to this concept. Probably because it's the absolute core concept of this game. Sometimes I think eyes are in some way representing souls and grace. Grace and souls are not exactly the same as well, but they have a strong relationship. And yeah. And I think I'm trying to look a lot on on the Frenzied Flame and Chaos because I think it's paralleling the Order and Grace and the Elden Ring. And in the same way, like Frenzied Flame is burning away the souls and melting it all together, I think what Grace is actually doing is not directly burning them away, but I think what Grace is doing is sealing and suppressing all souls that are gathered. So while Frenzied Flame is burning them away in a way, but in some way, it's not really burning it away because spirits are eternal. And it also tracks with the whole cosmology of chaos and order. Especially when you look at other fantasy universes, chaos and order, both extremes, are leading to a death world, where chaos is more obvious. It's about the death of everything or melting everything. I don't know, but order works in a similar way, just maybe in a more abstract sense. Order is most often associated with stagnation, for example, which is also some kind of death. And while chaos is burning it all away, I think what Grace is doing is sealing all souls and suppressing all souls. And yeah, order is death by assimilation. Exactly. I think that's what it's about. And both extremes are kind of bad. And there comes the balance. I mean, the balance is the force that tries to, that works against the extremes. And I always recommend to look into the cosmology of the Eternal Champion, because it's quite similar what's happening there. And is confirmed inspiration by Miyazaki. These are locations that I don't get. I still don't get them. I don't know if there's more to them, but there are many places with strange sceneries of corpses and chairs and yeah. Oh Jesus, 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 oh Jesus. Wait, these are different. I just realized there are two kinds of Wraith Callers. Come here, little bitch. Oh, Jesus. Can you, for fuck's sake, leave me alone? Okay, we got one at least. I mean, these are the usual wraith callers, right? Ringing the bells, summoning wraiths, but I just realized that there's another type of those. These are not the usual wraith callers. They don't have this robe, and they're not calling wraiths. I don't know if these appear anywhere else in the game. Are they being damaged by healing spells? Okay, we had a Frenzied Flamestone here. And the Eye of Yellow. I only knew that the Revenants are getting damaged by healing spells. Oh, they are a type of Revenants, okay. Three Eye of Yellow. Oh, I missed... I think I missed the incantation over there. Have I? I think I haven't opened the chest. Frenzy Flaming Tower. Howl of Shabriri. I thought Shabiri might be the Greater Will, well, paralleling the Greater Will, but sometimes I'm still wondering. Because as I said, I think everything about the Frenzy Flame is paralleling the Greater, the Order and Grace. So if this tower, for example, is alluding to the circumstances of the Earth Tree, as you said before, Andrew, for example, the bound souls and the Frenzy Flaming Tower, like influencing the vicinity, similar to the Earth Tree, which is shining and influencing the people around it. Maybe the Howl of Shabriri is alluding to the circumstances, then makes enemies more likely to target them. So in the same way like the Earth Tree is calling the Tarnish to it, the Earth Tree also is drawing attention in some way and calling the Tarnish to it. And the Howl of Shabri is probably alluding to the same circumstances. Yeah, like the Call of Grace or the Call of the Elden Ring, which is probably... yeah, the Howl of Shabri is probably a reference to these circumstances. You're... Hey, Zombeast. And we have a lot of items over here as well. Golden Rune 3. It's saying, do you see the Earth Tree towering over there? What else do we have? 2 smithing stones. And yellow amber. There are some reasons why I think the number 2 might be about conspiracy. Maybe it alludes to... Yeah, because one of the rune is... We got the rune, a yellow amber, and 2 smithing stones. I think it's probably alluding to the parallel probably between yellow amber and runes and the Frenzy Flaming Tower and the Earth Tree, probably. Oh, there's another one. I've never noticed this corpse. Bird Bolt? I've never seen them here. What the fuck? But these are not this... Yeah, but these are not the black key bolts. Barrel bolt. So the main association here is probably thorns. Difficult to remove once buried in flesh, causing appalling damage to the body. Maybe it's placed here as a reference to the shattering. To the red spear again in America. I mean, it's directly next to the tower, right? Where is it? Where's the fucking tower? Yeah, here's the tower. A black bolt, thorns, and blood loss. Not easily removed. I don't know. Maybe it's... You know, because I think the other black bolts were also already alluding to the red black thing in America and Radigan. I think maybe these are alluding to the same stuff. Maybe it's about the shattering. And afterwards the Earth tree kinda probably shown over the lines between and... Huh. But they're definitely incredibly rare. I don't even know if that are they placed anywhere else? You can't even craft them, I think. And Frextra Life isn't mentioning them as well. Once again, where Frextra Life disappoints. Ah. They are placed once more in the Nokron.
My work is easy because I use Clicker.
Oh,
Here's how I...
now I got advertisement in my fucking stream. Right at the start, on the passage to Nokron. You know, it's strange because... they're not really contributing anything. I mean, you can't even craft them. They're incredibly rare. Probably. Oh, you can buy them though, from a merchant. One of the most horrific weapons used in the Shattering. To me it sounds like it's also alluding to destined death in a way. Okay. We got to the Frenzied Flame Village. A glass shard. We got one of those merchants here. The Lord of Frenzied Flame. So there's one corpse I think is really interesting. It catched my attention because it's... Oh, come on. Okay, let's fight them first. So it's this corpse, not only because it's a burned corpse, smoldering corpse, it's a corpse carrying an axe. And I believe that the corpses with an axe are often, or always probably, referring to Godfrey. For example, the burned corpse in Stormvale, right under the big Godfrey painting, which holds the Highland axe, also is coated with this kind of axe as well. And there are some other places where corpses with an axe are placed, and I think it's almost referring to circumstances regarding Godfrey. But this one is kind of interesting. It's the Frenzied Cookbook 1. And I was wondering, if there's something to it, is there something that could allude to circumstances regarding Godfrey? So, the Frenzied Cookbook... One... It got clarifying boluses in it. So, I was thinking, okay, maybe if Frenzied Flame is paralleling Grace... it might, maybe it alludes to the circumstances that Godfrey was the only one who, or was in a way, not entirely controlled by Grace. Maybe that's what it's alluding to. And that's why we find the clarifying boluses here. So, as some kind of item that is yeah, helping you against madness. And in the same way, maybe Godfrey was able to get not manipulated by the Grace and the Earth Tree, maybe. Just speculation, I'm not sure yet. Still wondering. What's interesting that he got an axe with him. Or it's telling the opposite, maybe, I don't know. That he got kinda manipulated and consumed by Grace in a way, I don't know. Eyes gouged out. It's a rough label for a guy who slandered. What does slandering mean? I looked it up a few days ago, but isn't that speaking bad? Something like that? Lying, basically. Oh, now I think... I might understand what it's referring to, maybe. Maybe... So, okay, I was playing with the idea that... the description, or... I think the description of eyes gouged out, I was thinking about the meaning of that, and I thought it might mean that having the eyes gouged out might mean like so I think the eyes are somewhat symbolic for the soul, and getting the eyes gouged out might be symbolic for having the soul removed or consumed or stolen, whatever. Like, but the soul drained from the body in a way, or removed from the body at least. And there's a similar description, for example, in the Watch Dogs Greatsword, where it is said that grave robbers have stolen the pupil, the eye of the greatsword, and without the eye, it's just a lump of stone. So it's also alluding to the circumstances where the eye is somewhat the thing that is, yeah, like giving this sword some kind of life, maybe. So that's how I interpret it. And I think the eyes gouged out might mean that that the soul was removed in a way. It's also, I think it also fits the description in the where is it? Sheet of the Guilty. That's another item where it's about eyes getting eyes which were gouged out, I think. Or at least it's not exactly the same wording here, but eyes which were crushed by Briars of Sin, for example. And I think it's here again, it's also once again, it's just about souls and the soul. So, but when it comes to Shabriri, and when we think about it, that Shabriri might have lost purpose, eyes, yeah, maybe. And I was just wondering how it would make sense that if there's a person whose eyes were gouged out, and then the frenzied flame start to dwell in the empty sockets, to which character might this be a reference? And right now I was thinking, okay, maybe it's alluding once again symbolically and alluding to the circumstances of Radagon after the shattering. Because I think maybe in the moment of the shattering, probably with the power of death and death, his soul were kind of damaged or even, yeah, absorbed as well, maybe. And the husk of Radagon were then probably controlled by the Elden Ring. Maybe that's what is here described as in the empty sockets, in the empty husk of Radagon in a way, the Frenzy Flame, and as a parallel, the Grace started to dwell, and the Elden Ring kind of took over. It also fits with the parallel that I have in mind in regard to Yura, where Yura is kind of dying and Shabriri is taking over his body. Stone Sword Key. Maybe after Marika died by shattering the Elden Ring, maybe Radagon transferred his soul to Marika's corpse to gain her divinity. So, okay, I can explain what I think. I think Radagon were gathering souls and grace to achieve, in some way, because I think grace works a little bit like a drug, and he kind of have to consume more and more and more of it. And Marika's soul is in some way used by him to graft these souls. And he did not achieve godhood right before the shattering. And I think the moment where the god actually came to be is exactly the moment of the shattering. Where the Elden Ring regained its power, or where the Elden Beast fully awakens. It was probably present before, but wasn't fully awakened in a way. And there seems to be a difference between grace before the shattering and after the shattering, because the grace mimic, for example, is speaking about grace without order and is depicting a grace icon, but with some tree traits, probably alluding to a time where the earth tree actually was a real tree. And after the shattering, probably order took over, and grace became corrupted by order. And I think it was the moment of the shattering where the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring somewhat fully awakened. That's how I imagine it. And where it just took over the control. And I think this is also what Marika and the others tried to another word for avoid, to they conspired against Radagon to prevent him of becoming a full god, in my opinion. I think that's what it's about. And then the whole sentence of "you're not a god yet" kind of makes sense. And Vike again is also a Radagon parallel, in my opinion. Who, where while it is in Vike's story, it's literally about him becoming almost Elden Lord, and it's paralleling the circumstances that Radagon in some way almost became a full god. Like, yeah, I think Elden Lord and God goes hand in hand. While they might have been called Elden Lord, they are not the real Elden Lord until they are achieved godhood. It goes hand in hand, in my opinion. That's it. That's what the Elden Beast in Elden Ring is actually striving for, in my opinion. He almost achieved it, but then the shattering took place. America was able to, yeah, as a last resort, she was able to prevent that happening. Oh, I have no flasks. Fuck. I just wanted to see his incantation, because I think the incantation where he is actually being able to control the frenzy flame in his right eye, and the description of this incantation is probably alluding to his meager victory against Marika and the Shattering. That he, yeah, although in a broken state, he was kind of able to suppress Marika's soul though afterwards. And only got his right eye left, you know? It's an imagery that is reoccurring through the whole game series of Elden Ring. You can even see it in Night Rain, for example, that characters being inspired by Marika probably have their left eye shown, and or no, for example, the Revenant, for example, where I said that her ultimate, who is resurrecting others, is an reference to the Shattering. It shows the Revenant with a destroyed left half of the face, and Miss Strangeray, the Undertaker, is also covering the right half of the face, where she bites her left arm. She's biting her left arm, hurting herself, and also shows the left half of her face, probably referencing the circumstances in which Marika shattering the Elden Ring as well. I think the left half of the face is in a lot of cases associated with Marika. Like Rani's left eye, for example, is it as well, which is turquoise and probably a reference to Marika's soul. And it's also Melena's left eye, probably bestowed by the real Marika. And in the case of Vaig, where it is about Radagon's meager victory, it's his right eye. Jesus. Is this charge fourth, by the way? It's the charge fourth skill, right? Yeah. Ah, fuck. Fingerprint grape, Vaig spear. It could also be that the skill is even alluding to the Gold Breaker of Radagon as a skill, where he's also plunging into the from above and the way characters' eyes present has been a big thing for me, super intentional. My best theory is it may represent how susceptible the manipulation by the greater will characters may be. Almost like it has order. Or a straight line. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. No, great catch there. Yeah, and the dead finger maiden is representing the dead Marika. It's a really long stream today. I feel in a... I'm quite in the mood. Okay, this one is interesting because there's a small detail that it isn't that you might miss, but usually all of these barriers have the I think it's the sigil of Raya Lucaria on it, but in this Sorcerer's Rise, it's the Celian. It's the Celian sigil. It's the only rise where you have a different sigil on it, and it's the Celian sigil for some strange reason. May erudition light the way. Oopsie. Burger King. My favorite food? Or... Oh, this is a hard question. Heimer. Gavel? Cannon of Heimer. Obviously, I was eating a lot of... I was in Thailand last year and I was really fascinated. I was eating a lot of pad kapao, to be honest, and I bought a lot of pad kapao paste and was making myself pad kapao. Although it's not as delicious as in Thailand, but I was eating it a lot the last days and weeks. But I think I might have enough now. Lasagna's great. Although I'm cooking lasagna in a bit strange way because I'm using cinnamon and chili as well. There was once a recipe that I've seen in one of my cookbooks, and it was doing lasagna with cinnamon and chili, and I liked it. Oh, 3 crystal darts. Huh. Huh. I mean, burgers are also delicious. What about you? Michaelas Lily. Pizza, good kebab. I've eaten too much kebab in my life. I mean, it's the go-to meal. Go-to meal. To-go meal. Go-to meal. Yeah. In Germany, at least. Oh. Lonely tarnished golden sunflower. No, 3 of them. 4 of them. Pizza is so common. I mean, pizza's great. Pizza, you can eat pizza whenever you you're hungry, but it's not that special. Guys, I think we are almost done here. The last part that is missing is the river. Kitzingen? Is it in Germany? I don't know. Might have heard of it, but I can't say where it is. Oh, Würzburg. Oh, that's in the south. Just a cam and a lump of flesh. That's kind of weird. I was there in the early 90s. Oh, wow. And how is Kitzingen? There are some interesting spots or locations. Wait, what? Lightning? Can lightning appear anywhere in the lands between? Is this some kind of weather phenomena or? Oh no. Such a weird spot. Where was the place with the spirit jellyfish? Oh, I've been here already. Is lightning Godwyn coded? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in some cases it is probably. for example, in the Windham catacombs, I think it's definitely Godwyn coded, but I don't know if that's also the case for the places where lightning appears. Maybe. Maybe. Club Mate. But Club Mate was this thing already 15 years ago, at least. But it's still a thing, as it seems. Wasn't there wait, what the fuck? There was a location with a lot of sperry jellyfish. Was it down there? I think it was here. Yeah, Mate got a strange taste, but it's something that you're getting used to if you drink it more often. I mean, in the end, it's some kind of tea. I mean, the Mate is some kind of null, I think. Yeah. I mean, in Castle Sol we got another place with lightning. Maybe it's Godwyn coded. It kind of fits. At least in one spot. I don't know if that's the case for all of them. Yeah, but we could examine these spots at some point. Another corpse in the chair. What is he pointing at? Ah, okay. Might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe it's pointing at the camp with the lump of flesh, or what it's called. Yeah, maybe it was pointing to that. That way wouldn't seem so odd. Oh. Ja. Okay, guys, almost done with Leonia. Barbaric Roar. I was wondering if this is related to the waterfall, especially because we have it's such a big waterfall here. Just a smithing stone 5. Nothing else here? Tarnished sunflowers. I think these are a little bit odd plays as well. Where are the miners? Placed here.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
Yeah, 3 rune arcs again. Bad omen. And we got 3 immunize. What the fuck? Immunizing. White cured meat. Invigorating white cured meat. And 3 clarifying white cured meat. And the rift shield. Immunizing. Is that how you pronounce it? Immunizing or immunizing? Immunizing. Okay. An antiquated charm that glares back at an enemy boosts focus. Interesting that it's not only is it mentioning charm, we also got the bewitching branch. Composite bow. Oh. Hey, Blade. Yeah, a lot of shields have interesting details. Definitely. Sometimes I'm wondering if this is if it contains a reference to the Eye of Sauron of the Lord of the Rings. I mean, it kind of fits the theme, like a bad big eye, or some kind of divine entity represented by a big eye. We have a similar theme going on here in Elden Ring, I would say, where the Greater Will is probably represented by a big eye. What I think is interesting also, the three colors here, like, it could be associated with the three different horned talismans that we got related to the shamans, for example, or ancestral followers. And not only do we have the mix of these three, the composite bow, for example, also tells of mixed materials. I don't know if there's something to it, but... And the blue crest shield is really interesting, but that's part of another story, because it's tied to the red crest shield that can be found in Altus from the merchant there. I mean, the Rift Shield is obviously evoking the imagery of an eye, I would say. As the description says, that it glares back at an enemy. Oh wait, charm? Is it like is it used here like talisman? Like charm? Like a charm?
All done? Well.
They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
Now we can give her the fingerprint grape. Wait a second, I want to read the scripture first, once again. Yeah, as I said before, I think Vike is paralleling Radigan, and it was at the moment of the shattering where he kinda became, in some way became a god, or the Elden Beast fully awakened. And it's the same circumstances in which Hyetta, as Marika's soul, is
Special grape, please.
supposed to, ascend godhood as well, in a way.
A fingerprint grape. Tried and true. What a wondrous thing. A fingerprint grape. Oh, how sweet. Yet, how it burns. Thank you. I've composed myself again. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I'm sure I'll be a finger maiden.
Yeah, and her becoming a finger maiden is actually about Marika's soul becoming the some kind of god, some kind of Elden Beast, I think, again. I think that's what about here.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll be
And maybe these golden centipedes, as some reference to Destined Death or Death by Golden Order, is placed here because it's all about the moment of the shattering, in which Radigan and Marika's soul became somewhat god in some way, in some sense, I would say. Hey Zed, by the way. Yeah, I have to say, at this moment I was thinking about going offline now. I streamed for so long, and now we're done with Leonia. So we could go to Ainsel River next, or to Caelid, one of these two, I would say. But on another day, probably, not today. Yeah, and with that, goodbye, guys. I'll see you next time, if you catch the stream. But I've streamed for 5 hours now. Ciao, Digga. Have a good one. You too, guys, you too. Have a good day, or a good evening. And see you next time. Bye bye.